All right, we are back in World of Warcraft again for another DPS research video. Are you excited? I'm excited. We're looking at the Frost Mage today. Now, like previously we did last time with the Ret Paladin. By the way, they got buffed like 5 days later, so they now have a bit higher damage. But yeah, anyways, we're looking at the DPS at a casual level. So first of all, that means casual item levels. And this is what we're looking at: no enchants, no gems in your gear. No flask buffs, no food buffs, no potions, no special weapon things. I found out previously the last time on my simulations they were actually adding in a temporary they call it some kind of rune that you put on your weapon. It's like a 2-hour temporary enchant thing. So I'm not sure if that might have been in some of my data from the previous time. It's in there if you're using the default for simulating. And then of course we're also doing no raid buffs in the simulation. But since we are a mage, we're gonna be using arcane intellect. But no other kind of buffs from other people in your party or anything like that. So yeah, very casual level, but we're gonna be like tryharding as much as possible, basically, with what we've got. And then of course, like I mentioned previously, we're using unused trinkets, and we're not going to use those trinkets. So we're only getting the main stat from the trinkets. We're not going to use trinkets because trinket balance is garbage. And also trinkets are generally difficult to get the exact trinket that you want, just because of very low drop rates. So yeah, we're only really caring about what can the Frost Mage do itself. So we're not gonna be adding trinkets in there. So yeah, to start off with, we're gonna look first at very basic. Oh yeah, so we're this is gonna be like a dungeon boss type of setting, basically, for single target DPS. So we're looking at kind of short fights, but not like heroic LFG dungeon short. We're not talking about like 30-second fights. We're looking at like if you go into Mythic Plus against like a tyrannical dungeon with like appropriate gear for that level of dungeon, then the boss is gonna last, like a minute and a half ish, varying of course. But we're looking at something more like that as far as how the single target DPS goes. But we'll start off looking at like the long-term rotation of Frostmaiden first. So I'm thinking we're going to simulate first more like a like a raid boss length type of thing, like 5 minutes or whatever. 6 minutes. I think the option is like 350 seconds is kind of the option in the simulation craft. But yeah. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So yeah, let's first look at basic rotation for the Frost Mage. If you're not familiar with the Frost Mage, let's look at the super basics. There's gonna be a lot of noise in there that's gonna distract me, actually. So let's talk about some things before I start hitting the target dummy. So very basic for a Frost Mage is you get the Frost Bolt spell. This is probably these days the first spell that you get in the game as a Frost Mage. Actually, you don't get specializations till like level 10 or something, if I recall correctly. So maybe when you start off as a mage, you might get like Fireball or something, and maybe you don't actually get Frostbolt right away. I'm not really sure what happens these days with that. But the most basic spell for a Frost Mage is Frostbolt. The damage on Frostbolt is pretty weak. If we go by like my previous classes, we're looking at like the specs that I have simped so far on this setup with this exact same level of gear are around 50k DPS single target. And if we look at a Frostbolt here, I'm at 11k damage for a 1.6 second cast. So we're looking at, this is just very roughly 11k divided by 1.6, whatever that is. I'm gonna guess that's somewhere around like 8k DPS or something, maybe less. So just spamming Frostbolts is not gonna do you much good. What Frostbolt does do is whenever you cast Frostbolt, you get an icicle. So these icicles just like float above your head. We could also just spam some Frostbolts on the training dummy here. But yeah, the icicles start popping up above your head. Kind of hard to see with my UI stuff. But those icicles end up doing damage. So you look at your mastery. Each icicle does like 6k damage. I have some buffs up right at the very moment, so... And also, yeah, Incanter's Flow kind of causes your damage to vary as well. Not something that you can... I mean, you could keep track of it and try to cast your big spells when you have the highest amount of Incanter's Flow, but it's... just way too much effort to try to do that. But yeah, basically, your Frostbolts do some amount of damage, or sorry, your icicles that your Frostbolts summon do some amount of damage, so that kind of adds a lot more value to the Frostbolt. Now normally, you start off with getting Ice Lance pretty early, and Ice Lance will shoot out, and when you shoot the Ice Lance, it'll shoot off all your icicles at the target, like one by one, fairly quickly. But if you get the glacial spike ability down here, which got buffed like a month ago, so it's been extremely powerful. Highly recommended. So, that guy's a frost mage also. The glacial spike prevents your ice lance from shooting out the icicles. But yeah, we need to talk about frozen enemies. So a classic Frost Mage spell is Frost Nova, which freezes enemies. And then you early on get a passive, which gives you mega crit chance against frozen enemies. So you could theoretically get a 100% crit chance against frozen enemies if you had a 33% crit chance. I don't know if it's very good to stack crit. I imagine not. But theoretically, it's possible to get 100% crit against frozen enemies. But also, Ice Lance particularly, damage is tripled against frozen enemies. So you don't really want to Ice Lance unless the enemy is frozen. So you see we get really big damage there with the Ice Lances when the enemy's frozen. We could see how much those were actually hitting for. And then we had one that did not crit because the freeze effect from Frost Nova broke. So we had one hit that was only 6k, but the crits were much higher. They were in like the 40k-ish range. Except we had one that did not hit a frozen target, but it did crit. So that was much lower damage as well. But yeah, Ice Lance against frozen targets, really great. However, bosses you can't freeze with Frost Nova, and then there's also a lot of enemies that can't be frozen, or you can freeze them, but your allies' damage will break the freeze. So it ends up not being very useful anyways, because we're talking about like a dungeon setting here. There's a couple things that we can do about that. One of them is called Fingers of Frost. You will sometimes get a little buff that will make your Ice Lance hit the target as if it is frozen, even though it's not frozen. I don't have the default spell alerts on, so you're not going to see quite what's on my screen for your UI. I have just this arrow here. Means I have one Fingers of Frost buff. So yeah, you use that, and even though the target's not frozen, it still takes the damage as if it was frozen. So in that case there, yeah, we had the 45k crit and a 35k crit. We're using, of course, splitting ice. So that's why the Ice Lance normally hits one target, but with this talent, the Ice Lance and Icicles hit a second target for 80% damage, and Glacial Spike is a second target for 100% damage. very important in general. Obviously does not do anything for you in single target, but in general, a very important talent. So yeah, that's one way to essentially treat the enemy as frozen so that you can do big ice lance damage. And the other one is a debuff called Winter's Chill. So the flurry ability here causes a debuff called Winter's Chill, and it has 2 charges to it, and the enemy will take damage as if it was frozen while it has Winter's Chill up on it. So we could Winter's Chill and then Ice Lance twice, and then obviously in this situation those Ice Lances are hitting my primary target with heads Winter's Chill for full damage. So those ones do good damage. We actually had one that didn't crit, but it still did the triple damage. But it's also the splitting ice ones are hitting a separate target, which is not doing the triple damage because that second target doesn't have the Winter's Chill debuff on it, so it's not being treated as frozen. Now, Winter's Chill has some kind of tricks to it, I guess you could say, in that certain abilities do not... They'll do damage to the target as if the target is frozen, but they don't actually remove the Winter's Chill debuff. So they will do... well, I should say... Ice Lance is the only one that really does extra damage to frozen targets. Unless you have, like, some other talent that makes something else do a little bit of extra damage to frozen targets. But mainly, it's the crit chance of frozen targets that you're really trying to abuse here. So, if we look at the big bad Ray of Frost spell, for example. Let's just cast Ray of Frost on here. On this training dummy, and let's see how much damage we get out of this Ray of Frost. So we had 4 normal hits, 1 crit, which is about right for my crit chance. Crit chance 22%. So that's like exactly what I was hoping for, basically. And that did a total of 200,000 damage. So, Ray of Frost is definitely a good spell in and of itself, but specifically with the Winter's Chill, Ray of Frost does not actually use up a charge of Winter's Chill. The Winter's Chill debuff is kind of short, so... so the amount of time it takes to channel the Winter's Frost is, the Ray of Frost is a bit of a problem, I guess you could say. But we're gonna cast Flurry, and then we're gonna, so that the thing will have Winter's Chill on it, and then we're gonna Ray of Frost again, and instead of 200k damage, we're gonna do significantly more damage with our Ray of Frost here. So here we go. So you can see there, the Ray of Frost used up a little more than half the duration of the whatchamacallit, the Winter's Chill. So that does not leave you much time after the Ray of Frost to actually use up the the Winter's Chill with ice lances, for example. But yeah. So, but we see here that the Ray of Frost this time had 3 crits. I was thinking it'd probably get 4 crits, but we had 3 crits, and so yeah, we did 425,000 damage instead of 200,000 damage with that single Ray of Frost cast. So go back here again. Ray of Frost was 200,000. This time 425,000. So yeah, makes a very big difference having the Winter's Chill before you use the Ray of Frost. Another one that does that is over here, a very important AoE damage cooldown, but still usable in single target, is Comet Storm. So you'll definitely be running this in dungeons. I don't know if you would run it like in a purely single target raid fight. It's still pretty good damage per cast. But if you're going purely single target, maybe there's a world in which you don't get this talent, but it is pretty big damage. And again, like single target here, we did about 48k damage, but we'll fill the cooldown here for a second. Or actually, we can talk about this real quick. All right, they did get rid of Rune of Power on the Mage, which is nice. But essentially they replaced it with Shifting Power. Every Mage spec essentially is forced to get Shifting Power now. Because Shifting Power is pretty good AoE, but more importantly, it reduces your cooldowns. When you use it. So you want to like use all your cooldowns and then use Shifting Power to reduce the cooldowns, basically. So it's very... It's something you essentially... It's like a mandatory talent, basically. Which I hate. They still have it doing fucking nature damage. I wish they got rid of that also. Because it's a stupid Shadowlands ability from the fairy people. But yeah, maybe they just didn't change the tooltip yet. Because yeah, apparently it does arcane damage. They just didn't change the tooltip yet. Because there's a couple other abilities that they also have renamed and kind of changed away from their Shadowlands references. Like one of them, the Warrior Spear of Bastion, they renamed that to Champion Spear or something like that. And then for the monk, they had like Feline Stomp or something, which was another fairy ability, and they changed it to like Jade Stomp or something. And like the art is like all green and like more monk looking instead of a weird fairy nonsense. It doesn't have that obnoxious sound effect that goes with it when you cast it, so definitely glad to see that they fucking changed that shit. But still not a fan of being forced to get this ability. But anyways, let's get back to Comet Storm. I forgot to look how much damage we did with Comet Storm earlier, and it's probably gone. But I mean, it tells you it does 45k damage with my level gear. However, some of those will crit, so it's more like 50k damage. But again, if we flurry first, so that it's got Winter's Chill debuff, and then cast the Comet Storm, then the majority, if not all of those, will be crits. Okay. Similar how we had to the Ray of Frost, 80% of those were crits. And so then it does significantly more damage because of that. So yeah, that's some stuff that we're really going to abuse here to the best of our ability to deal as much damage as possible with the Frost Mage. But yeah, a couple more abilities we gotta talk about still. So the Glacial Spike, once you've got all 5 icicles up from casting your frost bolts, or also Flurry will generate an icicle, or if you get the talent, of course, casting an Ice Lance on a frozen target will generate an icicle. But yeah, once you got all 5 icicles, if you gain further icicles, they will shoot out and hit the enemy, so that they don't go to waste, essentially. But Glacial Spike does a ton of damage. So all your icicles get put into the Glacial Spike for the Glacial Spike to do really big damage. So we'll see here. We did 94k damage with that Glacial Spike. Yeah, basically Glacial Spike does big damage, but more importantly is that if we abuse the Flurry to get the Winter's Chill on the target and then Glacial Spike, then of course we have the much higher crit chance, and the Glacial Spike will do giga damage, including of course this crit damage, whatchamacallit, talent. Crit damage for Glacial Spike over here, which maybe if you're going for a very heavy AoE build, this other one is actually a pretty good talent, because then you'll get we're talking about abilities or situations where the enemies can be frozen, basically, in dungeon situations. Then you'll have your AoE spells will do a lot more freezing on the target, and it'll just kind of passively give you extra crit chance from the enemies being frozen, even if those freezes do break fairly quickly. Still be very good talent, but generally you're going this talent here with Glacial Spike crit damage. So we had that 94k Glacial Spike, but if whoops, I'm an idiot, we don't have our icicles yet. But yeah, if we got our icicles up, so we get the Winter's Chill on it and then cast the Glacial Spike, then we have very high crit chance, not guaranteed, of course, unless you have super high crit, but very high crit chance. And then here we did 242k crit instead of that 94k non-crit. So massive, massive damage. If you're able to get that winner's chill on the enemy before you glacial spike, or in more casual situations, not dungeon boss situations, if you can just freaking frost over the enemy, for example, then you'll just any other freezing method to get that glacial spike crit chance up. That will also be very good for your damage. But single target, we're looking at yeah, using flurry so that we get winner's chill for those like dungeon boss situations. And all right. Yeah, and then we got a couple more cooldown kind of abilities, I guess. So one is Frozen Orb, which shoots out this orb, and then it gives us a bunch of Fingers of Frost, which lets us do lots of damage here with Ice Lances. So if you saw there, I did several Ice Lances just with Fingers of Frost that got procced by the Frozen Orb. Part of that is Frozen Orb has some thing where it gives you like a Fingers of Frost proc when it first damages an enemy. So like AoE situations, you'll get multiple Fingers of Frost procs. But if you are also running this talent down here, you get Fingers of Frost procs every few seconds while it's up. So we got lots of Fingers of Frost procs because of that. So we got to do lots of, I want to say, we'll call them free Ice Lances, basically, because of that. So that talent, pretty helpful for single target damage, or like cleave, like 2 target, low number of target type of situations. Unfortunately for AoE, Blizzard is a very weak spell. So a lot of your AoE damage, you end up doing more of a, I want to call it like priority target damage, where you're gonna cast like a lot of Ice Lances and stuff at like basically the tankiest mob in the group, rather than doing purely AoE damage like you might do with a lot of other classes. But anyways, back on topic. So yeah, Frozen Orb does end up giving you a pretty good amount of single target damage because of those Fingers of Frost procs. And then of course we have the Icy Veins cooldown, which is right here in the middle of the tree. It's basically just a haste buff, which is fairly long. 25 seconds is pretty long. But it's just a haste buff. It's not like freaking the Retribution Paladin's freaking Avenging Wrath, where it's like damage and crit chance and does some other shit on a 1 minute cooldown for 20 seconds or something duration. So it's it's a lower uptime thing. There's more talents for it. But I don't really like it that much in general anyways. So I'm not getting those talents. Maybe more... If you're going for more of a purely single target build, you'll probably get those talents, but... yeah. I like my build how it is, so I'm sticking with the talents I got. But yeah, that's about it for how we play Frost Mage for the most part. But we're gonna simulate it, of course, like we did previously on the Retribution Paladin. Try to see how much single target DPS does this actually do. Now, obviously, for very short fights, if you just do like Flurry and Ray of Frost, and Ray of Frost gives you a couple fingers of frost as well, I forgot to mention. But yeah. So yeah, very short fights. You're doing so much damage with Ray of Frost. And especially if you like go into a boss fight already having full icicles, then you're also able to cast Glacial Spike right away. And yeah, you just generally get super good burst damage up front in the fight. Not so good as the fight goes longer, but I want to see what it actually sims out to. So yeah, we're gonna do that. So I haven't actually updated my simulation craft program yet with the new patch, but Frostmage did not get buffs or anything. I don't think Frostmage got any changes, I'm pretty sure. So it's gonna keep going with the same old. So yeah, we're gonna leave it as a longer fight for now. And we're gonna go in here, and I'm gonna start off, first of all, looking at what the default thing tells me my character sims at. And make sure you have like all the raid buff stuff off. And we're gonna look at the overrides here. I have, of course, disabled the food, the potions, the flasks, the augment runes, and I didn't have this in here previously. Temporary enchant equals disabled. That's important. Otherwise, they put a little enchant on your weapon, which gives you like 300 of a secondary stat, like crit or mastery or whatever, and it ends up being like several hundred DPS basically. So I on my custom APL that I made, that didn't matter, but when I was running the default one with the Ret Paladin, that may have been in there and causing problems. And then the other thing I'm doing here this time is instead of copying the this Frostmage APL and removing the trinket usage like I did previously, What I'm gonna do this time is instead I'm going to simulate without the trinkets here. And just delete all this gear from bag stuff. I don't think we need any of this other stuff down here. So I'm just gonna take the trinkets out this way. Comment those out. And instead we're overriding an extra 1010 intellect. Because each of these trinkets gives 505 intellect. So 1010 intellect is going to make it as if the trinkets are still there and just not being used. So, yeah, I think that should be good to simulate. And we'll see here. So they're saying this is going to be 59,000 DPS, so we're going to write our own priority list, action priority list, since we don't want to do it quite like theirs. We're going to make it simpler. Get rid of all the extra nonsense, basically. But that's the DPS that we're aiming for. And yeah, this is definitely higher than most of the other specs I've done. Maybe all the other specs I've done. So we'll see with my own action priority list if I get that high, or if it's a little too complicated to get this much DPS in practice. But that's what we're going to aim for. I just want to check real quick in here, make sure there doesn't look like there's any weirdness. Just making sure we don't have, of course, there shouldn't be any bust from the trinkets or damage from the trinkets or anything. We got a bunch of noise going on. So the this trinket has damage from a summoned pet thing. If that trinket had gotten used, it would have shown up in here, but also a mastery buff would show up in here. But yeah, I think we are good. Time. Here. Just looking at this, trying to make sure they didn't cast Time Warp. I don't think they did. Is Time Warp on here? I don't think so. But yeah. We will try to get that much damage. Let's go to my little customs. And we'll just copy over the Retribution Paladin we made last time. We're gonna say, let's say Mage, Frost, EL. There's a Frost Death Knight, so I want to make sure that we don't just call this Frost and then cause confusion. Alright, so for the Mage. Gonna get rid of all this stuff. Not even doing auto attack. But we do need a... We do need a thing in here to make sure to cast Arcane Intellect up front. We should have made sure that was in the results. Results... Yeah, Arcane Intellect up. This is what I wanted. Constant buffs. Arcane Intellect. Yes, yes. Actions.pre-combat is what we're looking for here. So, say actions.pre-combat equals Arcane Intellect. I think that's all we need. Alright, so let's just start off super simple. We'll just say only casting Frostbolt. Actually, darn it. All right, we'll do. So, well, no. Well, let's just say only Frostbolt. Frost actions equals Frostbolt. Ultra simple. And at the bottom here, we're gonna say how do we input that? Input equals a Mage Frost el.sim. If I hopefully spelled that correctly. Let's see if that works. So we should get a simulation of only casting Frostbolts. Nice. So yeah. That's only casting Frostbolts, and then of course, when you get to max icicles, like I mentioned before, they will get launched each time a new icicle is generated. So we did 61% of our damage as Frostbolts and 39% of our damage as those icicles that just got fired freely. So obviously extremely impractically low amount of DPS, but we're gonna add to it as usual. So first of all, let's say when we are just spamming our Frostbolts, we get those Fingers of Frost procs. So whenever we have a Fingers of Frost proc, let's say that we want to cast Ice Lance. Another one. So let's do that. We'll add that in there. We're going to put this above Ice Lance Fingers of Frost. We're going to say actions. So this is why I wasn't a fan of doing this quite how this is the syntax of this thing. We gotta change a little bit. We have to do plus equals slash Frostbolt now. The first one in the list is always equals, and the rest of them are plus equals slash. So we're gonna say actions equals Ice Lance if equals buff dot Fingers of Frost dot up. If I am remembering the syntax for these sort of things correctly, that's probably what we want. We should have a bunch of Ice Lances now, which are going to do mostly crits, because the Fingers of Frost will be up. So if we look at our damage down here, we just want to make sure that we have a very high crit chance for the Ice Lances. So yeah, we have 87% crit chance on the Ice Lances. So that gives me good confidence that those are being used whenever we have Fingers of Frost procs. So that's good to see. Now the Fingers of Frost proc chance is fairly low, so that didn't actually increase our DPS that great. So how many did we actually get in that amount of time? So yeah, we still cast about 4 times as many Frost Bolts as Ice Lances. But it's a start. So next, let's look at Flurry. Let's say we want a Flurry. We want to Flurry a lot, because Flurry gives us Winter's Chill. Actually, before we even do Flurry, let's say we want a Glacial Spike when we have 5 Icicles. Let's do that. So we're not going to worry about Winter's Chill and Flurry yet. We're going to just say whenever we've got 5 Icicles, we're going to Glacial Spike. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to give us already more damage. We'll just say Glacial Spike if... Now, Glacial Spike does have a somewhat significant cast time to it, but the flat damage of it, without taking into account the icicles, the flat damage of it is just pretty good. So I'm pretty sure this will be a DPS increase, even without trying to get the Winter's Chill to make the Glacial Spike crit. So Glacial Spike if 5 Icicles. We're gonna say actions equals Glacial Spike equals what's the icicle buff called? Icicles buff dot icicles. Did I spell that right? Icicle dot stacks equals 5. Maybe that's it. They also have a buff specifically telling you that Glacial Spike is up or usable. But I'm gonna just go with 5 icicle stacks. I don't know if that buff is in SimC or not. Simulation Craft. So we're gonna do that, and then we have to do the plus equals flash thing down here now, since Glacial Spike's at the top of the list. And let's simulate that, see how it goes. Simulate. Oop, we got an error. Buff.icicles.stacks. Let me think here. What other class have we done something with? Did I do it in Shadow Priest? Can't remember if there was something in... Could look at marksmanship. Those charges. Not stacks, probably. Oh. Yeah, nothing in the Rat Paladin. Let's go over here, buffs and debuffs. Let's try to find, oh, that's not right. Buffs and debuffs here. Stack. It's just stack singular and not stacks. Stack equals 5. Okay. Close that one off. Alright. So at 5 icicles, we are now glacial spiking. And that shot up our DPS a lot. That's already like Frosty K levels of single target DPS. Well, they did buff Frosty K's 4% damage, so maybe it's slightly better than this, but Frosty K's are still total garbage. But part of that is my Frosty K talents are probably suboptimal. I don't like the design of the talents that are better for single target DPS. The bottom right and bottom left talents. So yeah. Frosty Cake can do a bit better of DPS than mine does. It still competes pretty well on the raid DPS charts, but generally Frosty Cake is ultra garbage. Apart from some uncapped AoE abilities it's got. It can do good AoE damage on very, very large pulls. That's about it. Anyways, back to Frostmage. So like I said, just casting Glacial Spike whenever you have 5 icicles gives you, well, it removes most of the icicle damage, of course. We do have a talent that gives us a chance to generate an extra icicle when we cast Frostbolt. Or what's the other one? Not that talent. Flurry. Oh, well, we're not casting Flurry yet. But for now, Frostbolt does have a chance to generate 2 icicles, so if we are at 4 icicles, we cast a Frostbolt and it generates 2 icicles, then it'll shoot out the extra icicle and do some damage with that. So there's a very small sliver of damage from that, and apparently there's also a very small sliver of damage from icicles shot from Ice Lance. I'm trying to think, how does that work? Because if we have 5 icicles... Oh. We shoot the glacial spikes, so... I don't think Ice Lance can generate 2 icicles, so I don't know how this would shoot out an icicle. But maybe it also does get a chance to generate 2 icicles and it's not in the tooltip. I'm not really sure. Because Ice Lance Fingers of Frost, it'll only shoot out an icicle, or it'll only add an icicle because of this Hailstone's talent. So maybe their tooltip does not actually indicate that it also gets the 30% chance to generate an extra icicle. So maybe that's what's happening. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways. Much improved single target damage, but we still have more to do. As far as Glacial Spike, we're still only at a 24% crit chance. So our Glacial Spikes will be doing a lot more damage once we add in the Flurry, put the Winter's Chill on stuff. So, let's add that next. So when do we want to Flurry? I don't know if we want to Flurry like on cooldown basically, or if we only want to Flurry when we have a big damage spell to use with the Flurry. Because if we don't have a big damage spell ready, then we're going to end up Ice Lancing to use up the Winter's Chill debuff. And we are going to run into some problems in coding this. Just because of the travel time of projectiles for the Frost Mage. So things are going to be a little bit more complicated than the Ret Paladin because of that. For example, if we cast Flurry, well, maybe that's not exactly... It might not actually end up being that much of a problem. So what happens though, when we cast Flurry, the Winter's Chill does not get applied until the Flurry actually lands. So in this case, we have Flurry here, but it's not instantly that the Winter's Chill gets applied. It's not till the projectile actually hits. And I think it's each projectile of Flurry applies the Winter's Chill, so it actually gets refreshed, and it's essentially like the last hit is when the timer really starts going down. But I don't think there's any way to cast anything else that'll like land in between the hits, so I don't think there's any way to abuse that. But how about not even use Glacial Spike with the Flurry? We'll just say for now, Flurry on cooldown. Actions. Flurry. But we want to But we're going to say first that if there is Winter's Chill debuff on the target, we're going to Ice Lance. So we're going to use our flurries and purely with Ice Lances first. We're not going to use them with Glacial Spike at all. And then we'll make that change and see how much that benefits us. So we're going to say Ice Lance if Winter's Chill stuff is up. Something like that. So we're going to say actions equals Ice Lance if equals debuff dot Winter's Chill dot up. Something like that. Now we're going to have... So, like I said, travel time of the projectiles is something we have to consider. In the case of Flurry, it puts us on the global cooldown. So, by the time we're ready to cast the next spell, the Winter's Chill debuff is up. So, I think it's perfectly fine for us to do it this way. And then the other thing we have to consider is that the Winter's Chill will get used up by a couple of spell hits, except for like Ray of Frost and Comet Storm, and there's a couple other more minor exceptions as well, like Frozen Orb won't use up a Winter's Chill hit, for example. But we want to consider that there's a possibility that the Winter's Chill debuff is up, but there's actually a projectile on the way to the target, so that we can't actually get Ice Lance to use up that Winter's Chill debuff. For example, let us say we have one Winter's Chill stack. If we cast Frostbolt and then immediately cast Ice Lance after, the Winter's Chill debuff was still up for the Ice Lance, but the Frostbolt cast goes off first. So interesting. The projectile speed of the Ice Lance might be faster. In this case, it looks like the Ice Lance hit before the Frostbolt. Let's try that again. Let's get rid of that. Fingers of Frost. Alright. So we're gonna Winter's of Chill. Sorry, we're gonna Flurry for the Winter's Chill. We're gonna use one Ice Lance to get us down to one Winter's Chill stack. And then we're gonna do the same thing again, which is Frostbolt with a Ice Lance immediately after. So the Ice Lance shoots instantly, and the Frostbolt shoots at the end of the Frostbolt cast. So they are basically shooting at the exact same time, but if the Ice Lance shoots faster, it actually is eating up the Winter's Chill debuff, which is very interesting. So let's look at that. So let's see, we're going Flurry, Ice Lance, Frostbolt, and then the Ice Lance queued up right at the end of the frickin' Frostbolt. So again, we had the second Ice Lance hit before the Frostbolt, so that's very interesting. So yeah, I guess for now that's fine. What we're gonna have to look at later is we don't want to ever cast Frostbolt when Winter's Chill is up. So that's not actually a situation that would happen. But what is gonna happen is we're gonna have the potential that we are glacial spiking our last Winter's Chill. And then in that case, that Winter's Chill will not be available for an Ice Lance right after the Glacial Spike casts. So let's see that really quick. We're not casting Glacial Spike during the Winter's Chill anyways yet, so but it's gonna look something like this. So we're gonna Flurry, we're gonna use one Ice Lance, we're gonna Glacial Spike, and then yeah. So the Ice Lance was faster than the Glacial Spike still. So yeah, it takes a moment for the Glacial Spike to get going. So in that case, the Glacial Spike still crit, but we don't want the Ice Lance taking up that Winter's Chill from Glacial Spike. So we're gonna have to be coding this to not have this problem. Yeah, in that case, we had the Ice Lance still hit before the Glacial Spike again, but this time the Glacial Spike did not crit, so we lost a ton of damage from that. But yeah, let's... So we'll leave it like that for the moment. Let's equal slash. But as soon as we code it to put Glacial Spike, to cast Glacial Spike when Winter's Chill is up, then we have to not do the Ice Lance if it's coming right after a Glacial Spike, basically. But yeah. Let's simulate here first. Just Ice Lancing the flurries. Hopefully I didn't mess up anything. Alright, so we're up to 37k DPS. What was it before? 28k. So 37k just using Flurry now and Ice Lance after the flurries. So yeah, Flurry is, of course, a 30-second cooldown, but with the Brain Freeze talent, very important. Your Frostbolts have a chance to reset the cooldown of Flurry, so it's, you get a lot of uses out of Flurry, basically. So that does give us a significant jump in DPS doing that. I'm curious how many flurries did we actually get here? So essentially instead of a 30-second cooldown, it essentially ended up being more like a 10-second cooldown. Just because, yeah, you get lots of cooldown resets on flurry. Very, very nice. La 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 la. All right, so next is we want to actually. I'm trying to decide, do I want to first put Glacial Spike with the Winter's Chill debuff? Or do I want to put Ray of Frost in here? Let's put Ray of Frost in here. Ray of Frost. Yeah, let's just say Ray of Frost if Winter's Chill debuff is up. Ray of Frost debuff dot Winter's Chill dot up. And we have to do the plus equals slash. Now this should be fine as it is. Possibly. But the issue, like I mentioned before, the issue that we're gonna end up having with the Ray of Frost is the channel time is so long that it uses up a lot of the duration of the Winter's Chill debuff, even though it doesn't actually use up a charge of the Winter's Chill debuff. So I want to check here. Is it enough time to get 2 Ice Lances to use up the Winter's Chill debuff? So we want to Ice Lance. Ice Lance. Yeah, we barely got those Ice Lances out, but I think we might have actually canceled the Ray of Frost early. I think Ray of Frost is 5 hits, isn't it? Speed up our cooldowns a little bit. But yeah. I think I was trying to queue up the Ice Lances right after the Ray of Frost, but I think I essentially lost the last tick of Ray of Frost. So we're gonna have to try again here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Yeah, we got all 5 all 5 Ray of Frost hits, and then we did get both Ice Lances had the full damage, but it was very tight. If we look at Glacial Spike, on the other hand, if we were to try to Flurry and then Ray of Frost and then Glacial Spike, the cast time of Glacial Spike it might fit in there, but I'm pretty sure we won't have enough time for an Ice Lance also. Let's so that'll screw us up if we have a haste buff. If we have a haste buff, then the Ray of Frost channels faster, so we will have more time to do stuff. Basically, we'll be able to, like, less of the Winter's Chill debuff time will get used up. But if we don't, say we have Ray of Frost, and then we're gonna cancel. Sorry, we're gonna wait. I was a little bit distracted there. I think the debuff was already gone by the time the the glacial spike launched. So I'm trying to figure out what's like gonna be optimal here. So if we glacial spike, ray of frost. Yeah. The winter's chill debuff just goes away a little too fast. That's very important to know. Did I already run this with the Ray of Frost? No, I didn't run it with the Ray of Frost yet. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna run it like this. But then we'll have to look at adding Glacial Spike in there. But essentially Glacial Spike can't fit in with the Ray of Frost. We could Glacial Spike, we could Flurry, then Glacial Spike, then Ray of Frost. Let's look at that real quick, actually. Flurry, Glacial Spike, Ray of Frost. So I think the last tick of the Ray of Frost does not get the Winter's Chill debuff. Obviously, with more stats, if you have more haste, or if you are using your Icy Veins haste buff, then you'll get it. But otherwise, not enough time to get both of those spells in there. So, very good to know. But yeah, we're gonna run here without using Glacial Spike on the Winter's Chill debuff. So yeah, we are now up at 42,000 DPS. Just throwing in that Ray of Frost. So still another significant DPS increase. Just because, yeah, Ray of Frost. Very good. Also, I forgot, we're using a talent here. Each time you consume Fingers of Frost, the damage of your next Ray of Frost is increased by 5%, stacking up to 50%. So, yeah, a bunch of the Ice Lances that we're casting from, not the ones that we're using to do the Winter's Chill, but the other ones where we're getting the actual Fingers of Frost procs, which still is a very low proc rate. But not a lot of them, but these ones are giving us a small buff to Ray of Frost. And that's going to... we're also getting Fingers of Frost procs from this talent down here, by the way. But also, once we go for Frozen Orb here, once we start using that, the Fingers of Frost procs that Frozen Orb gives us is going to give us a lot more Ray of Frost damage as well. So, it's going to be... very important as well. So if you're not running that talent, then you'll have a little bit less Ray of Frost damage, but it's still a very good spell. So far on our simulation, the actual amount of damage is from that talent is not that high yet, because we're not getting that many Fingers of Frost. We're getting so far a total of 8 It looks like a little less than 40, which would be is it 5% each? So we're getting essentially like 2 extra Ray of Frosts worth of damage out of this. So we're casting a total of 6 Ray of Frosts so far. Then we're looking at we have like an extra 33% Ray of Frost damage. So if you don't have that talent, you're doing 3/4 as much Ray of Frost damage, I guess. Yeah, seems about right. But like I said, that talent will get more value once we're using Frozen Orb to get more Fingers of Frost procs. All right. But first, we really want to get Glacial Spike with the Winter's Chill debuff. How are we going to do that? We're going to have to test a couple different things probably to try to figure out what's the optimal way to do this. Let's start simple here. This is the simplest thing I can think of for how to do this. I'm going to say Glacial Spike right after Flurry. Actually, I mean, so the question is going to be, do we save Flurry? Well, there's going to be multiple questions, I guess, for how to optimize our DPS. Well, one of them is, do we save Flurry for when... do we save Flurry for Glacial Spikes, basically? But the other thing we're going to want to ask is like the order of things. Do we want a Ray of Frost right after a Glacial Spike? Or do we want a Ray of Frost essentially in a separate Flurry from the Glacial Spikes? So like one Flurry will be a Glacial Spike and an Ice Lance, and then the other Flurry will be a Ray of Frost and 2 Ice Lances. And then we'll have to look at prioritizing. Do we care more about getting the Glacial Spike on the first Flurry, or do we want the Ray of Frost on the first Flurry? Which one do we prioritize more? Lots of questions. Questions that need answering. Spike. So I think the easiest way to do this is if equals prev.flurry. I think that'll work. Plus equals slash. So what we're going to have here is we're going to Glacial Spike right after a Flurry. We're going to Ray of Frost if Winter's Chill debuff is up, which means that will happen right after the Glacial Spike. which will cause, unless we have a haste buff up, that will cause the last tick of Ray of Frost to not get that crit chance. But I don't think that'll be that bad. We'll simulate what we have so far. And see what it does for us. So we are getting a little more DPS out of this. Now let's look. Let's look at, first of all, instead of flurrying on cooldown, we're gonna flurry only if we have Ray of Frost ready, or if we have Glacial Spike ready, basically. But the thing is, if we go Frostbolt, 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 so we get our, if we get our icicles up, and then we flurry, the flurry actually generates an icicle. So to use Flurry with Glacial Spike, we don't want to actually use Flurry at 5 icicles. We want to use Flurry at 4 icicles. And maybe that's not even quite accurate. So if it turns out that we don't want a Ray of Frost with the Glacial Spike, then that means, like on the same flurry, then that means that we're going to be Ice Lancing with the Glacial Spike. And since Flurry can generate 2 icicles, it might actually be better to Flurry on 3 icicles and then Glacial Spike if it gives you 2 icicles, or you Ice Lance and then Glacial Spike if the Flurry only gives you 1 icicle. But that might not actually be realistic. You can't, like, instantly react as to whether or not you get 2 icicles. So it's kind of a problem already with our system here. So if we look at what we had a while back without the newer stuff, if we are at 3 icicles and we Frostbolt and it gives us 2 icicles, we are not realistically, or we are not actually Glacial Spiking in that situation, because we don't know until the Frostbolt cast ends whether or not it's giving us 2 icicles. So we've already queued up another Frostbolt at that point. Because we're assuming it's going to give us 4 icicles, and we'd need 1 more icicle to catch the glacial spike. So, yeah, realistically, can't react to that. And there's some way in the thing to take like your reaction time into account, but I haven't looked into exactly how that works yet. But we're gonna try to keep that in mind. But we but we are gonna change this though. We're gonna say flurry if we have frost ready or glacial spike almost ready. Yeah. So we're gonna say action plus flurry. If equals, so I think we have to do... I don't remember the syntax for this. So I think it's something like cooldown dot ray of frost dot ready, maybe? Or buff dot icicles dot stack equals 4. Actually, we want to say greater than or equal to 4. Because it could be, like I said earlier, it could be that we were on 3 icicles and then we cast a frostbolt and it gives us 2 icicles. We want that to still make sure that we cast flurry. We don't want it to sit on 5 icicles and not cast flurry. I'm not feeling confident about the syntax there. Let me... Where's our red paladin again? Cooldown dot avenging wrath dot ready. Okay, yeah. I think that'll do what we want. Alright, so we got another couple thousand DPS. Just saving our flurries a little bit for the Ray of Frosts and the whatchamacallums, glacial spikes. So we can look down here and we can see cooldown waste of flurry was 0 before because we were flurrying on cooldown. But now if we go down to cooldown waste of flurry, there's probably going to be a little bit of waste. Yeah. A little bit of waste because we are not using it on cooldown. We're waiting slightly just to make sure it gets used with either a glacial spike or a ray of frost. So, question now. Is going to be... Let's try... since I said before, I think the last tick of the Ray of Frost is not getting the crit chance of the Winter's Chill debuff. We could also look at Ray of Frost. Oh, that was also assuming... We were also assuming that we wanted to save Ray of Frost to be used with Flurry every time. We could have tried simulating without. I can't imagine that would be worth it. But I do want to see what's the crit chance of Ray of Frost here. 82.8%. Still just trying to figure out, is the Ray of Frost getting its last tick with the crit chance? From the Winter's Chill. Where? So we've added a few things in here. Essentially, we want look at the Ray of Frost crit chance of the one that prioritized Ray of Frost, no glacial spike during Winter's Chill. So this one is the Ray of Frost crit chance here higher, 83.1% compared to 82.8%. Not really. Doesn't seem like it's losing crit. Or sorry, it's not. It's a significant crit chance increase. It goes from like 20 something percent to like 80% crit chance, but it's only on one little tick at the end, so it's it's also possible that they just aren't really overlapping that much. Because at the very start of the fight, for example, what's going to happen is not this, not this, not this. It's going to say Flurry because Ray of Frost is ready. And then Glacial Spike won't be ready because we don't have the icicles up. Actually, I don't know why I have this here. This if 5 icicles thing, that doesn't even matter. It won't let you cast the spell if you don't have 5 icicles, so that condition in there was a little bit silly. Shoot. That's another thing we need to check. We were assuming here that we want a glacial spike right away, even if there isn't any flurry to use it on. We were assuming that we want a glacial spike if we have all our icicles, but I hadn't checked on, do we want to glacial spike? Do we want to hold the glacial spike until a flurry is up? Let me put it that way. Let's test that real quick. I think all we do is comment this out. So what'll happen is if there's no flurry ready, then it'll just go down to ice lancing if there's fingers of frost, or it's gonna frostbolt until the flurry cooldown either comes up or the cooldown gets reset, and then it'll cast the flurry, and then it'll cast that glacial spike up here. So let's try that one. First. To see if we always want to use glacial spike. Or if we want to wait for the flurry. Simulate. 46, 471 compared to 46. So that actually was a slight DPS increase. Interesting. Apparently, so far it's looking like we want to save glacial spikes for flurries. So that's gonna change the damage distribution a little bit here. So in the previous one where we're glacial spiking as much as, like, as soon as possible, basically. Unless, of course, we can flurry before it. In that case, we had 48% glacial spike damage. But in this one, it's only 44% glacial spike damage because we're holding the glacial spikes a little bit longer to get them to always be used with flurry. So I guess that should also reflect in the crit chance of our glacial spikes here. So 68.7% crit chance of glacial spike compared to 83% chance of glacial spike. Interesting. But let's go back to looking at... let me extend this comment here. So we're going to say... No... Slightly better to hold glacial spike or flurry. Use with flurry. Alright, let's look back at we want to Ray of Frost on a separate flurry from Glacial Spike to try to make sure that Ray of Frost is getting full value. I mean, that's still... The crit chance of Ray of Frost suggests that it's not going to be worth delaying either the Glacial Spike or the Ray of Frost to make them used on a different flurry, but let's try anyways. We're gonna say Ray of Frost if when its chill debuff is up, and not right after Glacial Spike. That's how we're gonna put it. But actions, sorry, it's gonna add on here. If and not pre.glacial spike. We'll do that. So in this case, it will at very first flurry is gonna cast because Ray of Frost is ready, and then it'll cast Ray of Frost. But in the future, it's going to hold Ray of Frost. Wait, no. Well, what's going to happen is it might actually Oh, now that I look at it, this is also somewhat of a problem. So if we are at 2 icicles, we cast Frostbolt. If it gives us 2 icicles, this code will run this part, even though our reaction is not able to realize that we got 2 icicles from that Frostbolt yet. So that still needs to be fixed, I guess you could say. You could say to do Frostbolt on 2 icicles, not able to react to gaining 2 icicles. Something we need to theoretically fix to make this actually like followable. I digress. All right. So yeah, we're looking at, okay, so first flurry, Ray of Frost, but in the future, if we if we flurry and then glacial spike, and then we won't Ray of Frost if Ray of Frost happens to be up. The thing is that condition is only going to happen when Ray of Frost happens to come up at the same time that it's glacial spike time, basically. When the Ray of Frost comes off of cooldown at the same time that it's glacial spike time. It's not going to happen that much. But yeah, this should give us a little less Ray of Frost. Or I should say a little more cooldown waste of Ray of Frost is what I'm going to be expecting here. But whether or not that hurts the damage, we'll see. Yeah, okay, so that does hurt the damage. Trying to wait for the next flurry on Ray of Frost. Oh, and then, well, I think we actually need to do it the other way around. because we're going to use the flurry, but then not only is it going to be several seconds, most likely, till the next flurry's up, just on average, based on the chance that we get a cooldown reset from Frostbolts. So not only is that a problem, but by the time we do get that cooldown reset on Flurry, or the cooldown just naturally comes up, it's gonna be going right back to Glacial Spike most likely. So we probably got a lot less Ray of Frost out of that. 5.2 Ray of Frosts compared to 6.0 Ray of Frost. Okay, it wasn't actually as bad as I thought. Interesting. But overall, we are losing a bunch of Ray of Frost damage. But yeah, let's check the other way around. I'm just gonna comment this one out for the moment. We're gonna say we're gonna prioritize Ray of Frost with right after Flurry instead of. Actually, do I want a Ray of Frost right after Flurry? Yes, I think I have to do it that one. Well, the other option is... Well, so the thing is, if we are Ray of Frosting with a Flurry, then we're gonna... And I already determined we don't have enough time generally to get... Without a haste buff, we don't have enough time to get a Glacial Spike in there with the Ray of Frost. And we're going to have to do 2 Ice Lances. On the same Flurry as the Ray of Frost. I mean, we don't have to, but we want to get value out of the when it's chilled deep. So, that's what we're going to do. But... comment that out also. We're gonna say but my thought was, do we want to Ray of Frost immediately after the Flurry, or is there some benefit of doing Ice Lance before the Ray of Frost? We can't do 2 Ice Lances before the Ray of Frost, or else that'll use up the whole Winter's Chill debuff, and then the Flurry won't get any of it. But we could potentially do Flurry into Ice Lance, into Ray of Frost, into Ice Lance. I'm also thinking about it. So, Ray of Frost also generates 2 charges of Fingers of Frost over its duration. So, the Fingers of Frost, though, if we do Ray of Frost into 2 Ice Lances to use up the Winter's Chill, then the Fingers of Frost are getting somewhat wasted on hitting a target that is already treated as frozen because of the Winter's Chill debuff. I feel like there's a talent that mentions that, though. Fingers of Frost empowered ice lances deal 20% increased damage to frozen targets. So I think they get some extra value from this. But I'm imagining that it's going to be better to flurry into Ice Lance, into Ray of Frost, into Ice Lance. And then you'll still have one Fingers of Frost proc afterwards. So you'll be able to do another Ice Lance. That's what I'm thinking is going to be better, but let's sim it and see. Let's see. All right, so we gotta change this part first here, though. So we're gonna say Ray of Frost right after Flurry. Actions equals Ray of Frost. If equals reeve dot Flurry. And then we're talking about a glacial spike. Glacial spike as a separate, like I mentioned before, on a separate flurry from Ray of Frost, but prioritizing Ray of Frost this time. So glacial spike. Well, I guess we could just say Glacial Spike right after Flurry, and that'll actually... But we'll just add in an extra comment here. Not on same... Not on same... Flurry as Ray of Frost. He rephrase down here. But same flurry as alright, so we'll yeah, we'll actually just keep the same logic of this. So it only still gets run right after a flurry. So it's already, the code that we had before was already the same, essentially, as that will prevent it from being run on the same one as a Ray of Frost. Alright, was there something else we needed to add here, or we're just testing it? I think we're just testing it. And we wanted to test something else, but I am very forgetful. I really should have made like a separate notepad or something to keep track of all the different things I want to test. Alright, our DPS went up again, but it's still not as good as if we had just allowed it to do Ray of Frost on the same flurry right after the Glacial Spike. But is good to know. Shoot. I was talking about it a couple minutes ago. The problem is these freaking other people making noise in the background is distracting. Come out here a little bit. A little less noise, hopefully. I mean, the time of day, there's not very many people playing. But sometimes you get lots of people. I mean, even just one person in training dummies can make a lot of noise. But also out here, sometimes people duel and make a lot of noise out here as well. So maybe it's better if we just fly up out of the way here. Slightly farther from any likely noise. Alright. So what else did I want to test? We did Ray of Frost right after Flurry. We did Glacial. Oh yeah, so we did Ray of Frost prioritized over Glacial Spike on different flurries. We wanted. Oh yeah, that's what we want. We want to. We want to look at Ice Lancing. One Ice Lance before the Ray of Frost. Yeah. This is going to be a little more of a pain. And this might not end up even being worthwhile. But we're going to try that. The question is going to be... this is going to be even more of a pain. So it's going to add another question. But first question. So do we want to Ice Lance after Flurry? Sorry. One Ice Lance or Ray of Frost Flurry before Ray of Frost. Let's describe it that way. So we're going to say actions equals Ice Lance and if equals Flurry and cooldown dot Ray of Frost dot ready. That should take care of the Ice Lance. But now we are no longer Ray of Frosting right after Flurry. We are Ray of Frosting if Winter's build debuff is kind of like how we had a long time ago. And I guess we could add a little more to the comment, which is after 1 ice lance. Actions plus equals slash ray of frost if equals debuff dot when is chill dot. So I'm thinking hopefully this works. Hopefully I'm thinking this will be a slight DPS increase, but it's always hard to say. But it still may not be as good as just putting Ray of Frost right after Glacial Spike on the same flurry. But let's see what we get. 46 192. What did we have before? 46 471. So yeah, it looks like we still just want it was about 200 DPS more to throw the Ray of Frost out after 1 Ice Lance. That we get that extra Fingers of Frost value that I was talking about, but still not quite as good as Ray of Frost right after the Glacial Spike. There could be some other way of doing this that would be slightly better as well. But for now, I'm gonna go back to commenting some stuff out. And we're gonna go back to Glacial Spike right after Flurry. And then Ray of Frost. If when his chill debuff is up. Yeah. Gonna do that. And I want to keep these things in here that we already tried. So I'm gonna just kind of want to keep a record of things that I tried but were not as good. So keep that in the comments. Let's go back to Ray of Frost. So all right. Pieces there. All right. Let's see. So we're going back to 46,400 something DPS. Which is back to a very simple action list where we are Glacial Spiking after Flurry. We are Ray of Frosting if Winter's Chill is up, which could be right after the Glacial Spike. But if Glacial Spike's not ready, it'll just be Flurry into Ray of Frost. Into any Ice Lances if there's Winter's Chill debuff to use still. And then we have flurries whenever Ray of Frost is up, or we're at 4 icicles, which means that the flurry will give us the 5th icicle, the glacial spike. And then failing that, we will Ice Lance if Fingers of Frost is ready. Or if that's not happening, we're Frost Bolting. So yeah, I'm back. A little more simple again, and we're gonna add in some stuff still. I hadn't actually put down a section here. What spells have we not used yet? So we have not used, well, out of the ones I intend to use, I should say. So if we look at spells we haven't used yet, Frozen Orb. We have not used Comet Storm. We have not used Icy Veins. We have not used yet Blizzard. I'm going to put Blizzard in here. And I don't think we're going to end up using Blizzard, but I want to sim it to see how it goes. So the use case for Blizzard is that any AoE situation, you're going to definitely have this talent. So each time Blizzard deals damage, the cooldown of Frozen Orb is reduced by 0.5 seconds. So if there's like 10 enemies, then your Frozen Orb comes back up off of cooldown very, very fast. So you get a lot of value out of this, because like I mentioned previously, Blizzard damage is quite low. So a lot of its value comes out of reducing the cooldown of Frozen Orb, which is not only a lot more damage per cast than the Blizzard, but it gives us those free Fingers of Frost. So even in an AoE situation, because Blizzard damage is so low, it's not like you stand there spamming Blizzards. Well, you can even spam Blizzards if you want to, because it has a cooldown on it. So it would be more like spamming Arcane Explosions, perhaps. But that damage is also quite low. But yeah, the Frozen Orb giving us Fingers of Frost. Generally, you're going to be Fingers of Frosting, shooting out those Ice Lances, because with the splitting ice, those Ice Lances with Fingers of Frost are hitting for quite a lot of damage. And of course, it counts, the Fingers of Frost counts as frozen for this talent, so that those Ice Lances are giving you icicles for you to cast another freaking glacial spike, which again, with splitting ice, the glacial spikes deal so much damage that even in AoE situations, you're going to be using that. Typically on the tankiest mob that there is, because like generally just damage on the tankier mob is more useful than damage on the mob that dies faster. But obviously that can vary, but usually that's the case. So yeah, you aren't really doing a lot of your AoE damage as a frost mage, like I said way back near the start of this video. You're doing more of what I like to call priority damage, where you're doing a little bit of AoE damage in AoE situations, but usually you're doing a lot more damage to like the main target compared to a lot of other classes. I totally got sidetracked again. Talking about, oh yeah, so we were making a list of what abilities we haven't used yet. So yeah, that's... Well, finding it. Let me look at my buttons here. We could look at mirror image. So mirror image, your little images do cast frost bolts. This is really a defensive spell, but they do some amount of damage. But I mean, realistically, you're not going to ever get full damage value out of this, because when you take damage, images disappear. So you're probably never going to actually use this in a DPS rotation because of that, but we'll test it really quick to see how much damage it actually does. And then we could look at Ice Nova. And then, of course, there's Frost Nova and Cone of Cold. And, oh, I also forgot Shifting Power and Fire Blast. I think I'm not going to even put Fire Blast on here. So, the use case for Fire Blast is if the target is not frozen and you want just a little bit of instant damage. So like if the target's gonna die in the next second or something, or if you need to cast while moving and the target's not frozen, then the Fire Blast will be better than Ice Lance. But it's just a ridiculously infrequent situation, especially when it comes to... Oops. I definitely could have reacted there and like cast slow fall on myself or something, but I wanted to finish my sentence. I just kind of watched myself fall to my death. I didn't think that would even actually kill me. It's not. I mean, it's a decent fall, but I didn't think it was quite that much. I'm not entirely sure if a lot of times when you're in the air, if you blink, you can also, yeah, the blink will also like get you to the ground. But anyways, yeah, we are not going to worry about Fire Blast. It's you could put it in here, but it would be like Fire Blast if the enemy is going to die in the next 1.5 seconds or something like that. So it'll be just a ultra minor improvement to your DPS, because a lot of the times you won't be at this portion of the action priority list at the very end of the fight. You'll be like in the middle of casting an Ice Lance or something. So yeah, it's actually maybe you wouldn't. I guess you would prioritize it above Ice Lance if the enemy is gonna be dying that quickly, because it'll yeah, it's hard to say. You might be like in the middle of a Ray of Frost or something. Who knows? The point is you won't use it every time, so it's like such a marginal damage increase over like just a Ice Lance. It's definitely better damage, but it's only a couple thousand damage more when the target's not frozen. I keep saying. Anyways, so yeah, not using Fire Blast. We are like Frost Nova. We're only doing a thing for single target here, for like a dungeon boss. So Frost Nova, we're not gonna actually end up using, because we're not able to freeze the dungeon boss. And then similar for Cone of Cold. So Cone of Cold with a talent does freeze enemies, but then I'm also using this talent down here, which is pretty good for dungeons, where if Cone of Cold hits 3 or more enemies, it resets the cooldown of Frozen Orb and Comet Storm, and applies Winter's Chill to all enemies hit. Now you might say, oh, Winter's Chill applied to all enemies hit. But the thing is, that doesn't actually work in single target. I've tried it. But it does work AoE here. Notice that it's only 1 stack of Winter's Chill, though. It's not 2 stacks of Winter's Chill like you get from Flurry. But yeah, even if it was just 1 stack of Winter's Chill, it would probably be worth using in single target. But like I said, I've already tried that. It only gives the Winter's Chill as well when it's hitting 3 or more enemies. So we are not going to end up using Cone of Cold in single target. We will use Shifting Power. We will use Ice Nova. Where's Ice Nova? There's Ice Nova. So Ice Nova is a decent amount of damage. I should say we are going to sim Ice Nova. See if it's worth using. Just like we're going to sim Mirror Image and see if it's worth using. Generally, Ice Nova, it freezes enemies. It only freezes them for 2 seconds, though. So the thing with Ice Nova is it only freezes them for 2 seconds. And of course, you have the problem where some enemies can't be frozen, like dungeon bosses. But if the enemy can be frozen, you don't have enough time to Ice Nova and then Glacial Spike, but Ice Nova is instant. So if you Glacial Spike into Ice Nova, the Ice Nova will hit and freeze the enemies before the Glacial Spike hits, so that the Glacial Spike gets the big bonus crit chance. We'll try that again. Last time we had 1 crit and 1 did not crit. Hopefully we can see 2 crit here. So, there we go. This time both of them crit. So, that's kind of the main use of Ice Nova. Which you'll be able to use that in a dungeon. And you can do similar with Frost Nova or Cone of Cold to get your glacial spikes value there. In this case, the glacial spike actually, one of them hit before the Frost Nova. That was interesting. Because glacial spike has that little bit of travel time, but the closer you are to the enemies, the more you need to make sure that you are Frost Novaing immediately when the glacial spike cast finishes. So yeah, if you're too close to the enemies, you might have problems making that work. But of course, you have to be pretty close to the enemies for the Frost Nova. So it's a little more reliable, I guess you could say, if you're standing farther back and doing it with the Ice Nova. But obviously you still want to get value out of Frost Nova when the enemies are freezable, so still want to try to do it, but yeah, that's less common. I guess you'd really have to sim that to see if that's even worth it. I mean, it's probably worth it. Because, I mean, otherwise, we're saving the glacial spikes to use with the flurries. Or, sorry. Wait, are we saving the glacial spikes to use with the flurries, or are we saving the flurries to use with the glacial spikes? I already forgot. But in any case... Yeah, so because you'd really have to test that. To be honest, you'd just have to test it. Or sim it, I should say. So the issue is the Flurry Winter's Chill will only apply to one target, but in these AoE situations, your Glacial Spike is going to split to a second target. So As far as the glacial spike is concerned, you could get more value out of the frost nova right before the glacial spike hits rather than using the flurry to get the winter's chill on one of the targets. So yeah, that's probably the superior option for multi-target situations. But we're not gonna we're getting way too off topic. We are not gonna frost nova or cone of cold. We are going to try ice nova. Very low on the priority list. I think it could possibly be better than Frost Nova. We're going to have to make sure that the simulation is not actually freezing our target. Actually, we really need to... Is there like a debuff uptime on here? I can't remember. Debuff uptime. Where are you? So I don't think I actually talked about it, but the glacial spike does freeze the enemy in place. So I should have been making sure that our simulation is not actually freezing the target. I don't know if there's a easy way to check that per se. Where's chill? Fingers of frost. Wait, what? Is this telling me that we are frostbolting during winter's chill? That can't be right. That should not be happening. I'm not sure if I'm understanding this correctly. It seems like it's telling me that we are frostbolting during winter's chill. Why would that be happening? I don't think our frostbolt should ever be for... How is that happening? I don't think that should be happening. mentioned a while ago, there's a possibility of us flurrying and then the projectile travel time of flurry could be such that we cast a spell thinking there is no Winter's Chill debuff when there is a Winter's Chill debuff, but I mentioned that because of the GCD, a flurry should be the Winter's Chill debuff should be up in time for it to not have a problem. So I don't see how we would ever use up Winter's Chill on Frostbolts. That is a bad sign. Winter's Chill stacks consumed by Frostbolt. How the hell does that happen? I mean, we could try to read through this. This 4 is Flurry. And then 6 is a Frostbolt. Where's Flurry? Glacial Spike, Lance. Bolts. 4. Basically, I'm looking for any 4 with a 6 somewhat close behind it. Like within the next 2. I guess. Wait, 2 is Ray of Frost. We start off with 4. So Flurry, Ray of Frost, and then 2 Ice Lances, and then a Frostbolt, and then our second Flurry into Glacial Spike, now that we have enough Icicles, into 1 Ice Lance, into more Frostbolts, and Ice Lance, 1 Fingers of Frost is up, but otherwise we're waiting for Flurry to come back up. Oh, actually, we could bring up the sequence table thing here. But we're just trying to figure out... does this thing show... I guess this thing probably doesn't show, Winter's Chill, since it's a debuff. I really wanted to see when the heck is Winter's Chill Frostbolts happening. Okay, Glacial Spike, Ray of Frost. Flurry, Glacial Spike, Ice Lance. Flurry, Glacial Spike, Ice Lance. Flurry, Glacial Spike, Ice Lance. Flurry Glacial Spike, Ray of Frost. Flurry Glacial Spike, Ice Lance. Flurry Glacial Spike, Ice Lance. I'm just not seeing anything that would make sense for why it thinks we are getting Frostbolts using up Winter's Chill stacks. Seems like it's all Flurry into Glacial Spike, Ice Lance, or into Glacial Spike. Ray of Frost. Oh, wait. No, it is Flurry, Glacial Spike, Ray of Frost. Oh, but then the Ice Lance... Even it, so the Ray of Frost does not itself use up a lot of Frostbolts. Ray of Frost itself does not use up the Wait, are we getting some weird buff that I'm forgetting about? Icy Veins, Fingers of Frost, or Time Warp. I don't think we have any. What the heck is going on? I don't know. It's saying 30% of our Frostbolts are getting Winter's Chill though. Wait, Winter's Chill stacks applied. How is that possible? Saying on average, it's applying 212 stacks of Winter's Chill. But we're not casting 100 flurries. Oh, I forgot. So the flurry is... Still doesn't explain why the Frostbolt... But I forgot the flurry, each cast of flurry has like 3 hits or something. So it's refreshing the Winter's Chill, like I said earlier, before the Winter's Chill actually gets used. But it applies the Winter's Chill extra times, essentially. How many hits of flurry are there? What am I looking for? 106. Casts 35.4. Yeah, 3. 3 hits of flurry. Each is applying 2 winner's chills. So the flurry is yeah, that makes sense. That's why we have so many stacks of winner's chill applied. It's essentially 70 stacks, but gets applied 2 extra times each because it's technically 3 projectiles from each flurry cast. But yeah, still have no idea why it thinks that frostbolts are using winner's chill stacks. Unless I mean, just from looking down here, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong. It's always right after flurry is glacial spike, and then either ray of frost or ice lance. And even that action priority list says if there's, like, before we get to frostbolt, it's ice lance if winter's chill is up. So there's no way a frostbolt should be consuming a winter's chill debuff. I wonder if there's a bug. Maybe there's just a bug in the simulation. It could be something simple like that, which would be really annoying since I'm spending all this time looking at it. All right, let's get back to doing some damage here. Let's first look at mirror image. Let's just mirror image on cooldown. And see how much damage. Actually, let's not even do it on cooldown, because that'll potentially mess up some of our other stuff. But let's say we'll just have it a very low priority, so that we know it's not messing up our other DPS at all. Mirror image. So we're only going to do it right before frostbolting. So we're only just going to test this. We want to see how much damage per cast, essentially, we get out of a mirror image. Damage per execute is going to be 17,000 damage. And I mean, we could test this in game as well if we want to. And I'm just gonna cast frostbolts myself just to Make sure that we're in combat the whole time with the target dummy. These images, like I mentioned, they last a long time. But they do very little damage per cast. I should say they last a long time if you don't get hit. Which is, like I said before, unrealistic, but I just want to see how much damage they do. Alright, mirror image. So it did 17k total damage. Damage for execute, yeah, that matches up here with the simulation. So the question really is, how much damage are you getting out of the frost bolts? That's... I mean, that's not even accurate, though. If it thinks we are getting frost bolts using up Winter's Chill, then it has a higher crit chance on the frost bolts than it actually has. So it's telling me that the frost bolts are doing more damage than they should be doing. So I still don't know what the issue is there. With the frost bolts theoretically using the Winter's Chill. But what I want to say is... Actually, I'm kind of wondering on some of our other simulations. Has it been that way for a while? Or the frost bolts are eating Winter's Chill, supposedly? Seems that way. It's apparently been happening for a while. Okay, I don't know. But still, even if Frostbolt does not have any extra crit chance, the damage of the Frostbolt plus the value that you get from the Icicle, I think you have to still consider a Frostbolt better than Mirror Image when it comes to DPS. Mirror Image is, yeah, it's on the global cooldown, so it's not like you can cast it for free. So we'll just get rid of that. We're just gonna put a note here. Worse than Frostbolt. Let's see. Let's go back. Put a couple more notes on here also for Frost Nova. Only if target freezable. Only if 3 or more targets with well, what was it? I guess only if target feasible or 3+ targets. And this is, either of these are based on this talent to freeze an enemy or this talent to do stuff if it hits 3 or more enemies. Based on talents. And then we'll look at Ice Nova really quick here. And I think Ice Nova, we're not going to even simulate. It's just going to be the same thing as Mirror Image. It's about the same amount of damage. It's not going to be... Only if targets... Feasible. Or I should say, or... If targets that the damage is good. Alright, so it is 15k AoE damage. That's decent. It's not as good as like any real damage cooldown, but it's at some certain number of targets, it's definitely going to be better. Like than, I mean, it's probably better than Frostbolt as soon as there's 2 targets, but it'll be better than like a Fingers of Frost Ice Lance at some certain number of targets as well. So something to use in those situations, but for now, I'm gonna say no. We really need to get in Comet Storm. Yeah, Comet Storm's gonna be a little bit of a problem. There's always problems. Comet Storm. The problem with Comet Storm is it doesn't use up a Winter's Chill debuff. So it's gonna have the same problem as Ray of Frost, basically, where the cast time of it is going to impede your ability to fully use up the Winter's Chill. Let's see here. If we are in a situation where we have Glacial Spike ready, we want to Flurry, and then I think we Comet Storm before Glacial Spike, because that just kind of makes the most sense to me to get Comet Storm on cooldown earlier rather than Glacial Spiking and then Comet Storming. So let's try that. We'll do that, and that, and okay. Yeah, that worked out. So we got the Ice Lance in there right after the Glacial Spike. It was all dandy. But then the issue is going to be Comet Storm and Ray of Frost. So if we glacial spike... Wait, no. We have frost if winter's chill debuff is up. Does that ever happen without glacial spike? Was this still the mirror image one? Yeah, let's not look at the mirror image one. We want to look at, do we ever get flurry straight into Ray of Frost? We do at the start, I guess. But after that, do we ever get flurry into Ray of Frost without a glacial spike? Theoretically... well, we changed it so that we were holding glacial spikes for the flurry. The flurry cooldown reset, because that turned out to be slightly better than just letting glacial spikes rip as soon as we got them. So because of that, I think we are essentially never going to have flurry straight into Ray of Frost outside of the very start of the fight. It's still one of those things. It's theoretically possible. Especially if you just get lucky with your flurry resets. It's theoretically possible, but extremely improbable. What's the best way to describe this? The issue is Comet Storm is pretty good. Do we want to say Comet Storm right after Flurry? And we're gonna have to go back to saying Glacial Spike if Winter's Chill debuff is up. What a pain. Comet Storm right after Flurry. But I think we're gonna say except no shoot. So if we go Flurry into Comet Storm into Glacial Spike into Ray of Frost. The Ray of Frost is definitely wearing out before the Winter's Chill debuff. Comet Storm Rift. Actions equals Comet Storm. Glacial Spike right after flurry or comet storm. We've dot flurry or we've dot storm. Let's just simulate that real quick. But I think we need to either tell it to not Ray of Frost in that same flurry that had a comet storm, or we need to have it not comet storm and prioritize the Ray of Frost. And then we'll just comet storm in the next flurry. Or maybe we just comet storm on cooldown. And we don't worry about... no, I don't think that'll make sense. I don't think comet storming on cooldown. I don't think we even want to. Comet storm projectile, 7% of my damage. Wait, what? 41, 460. Oh yeah, this is much lower Ray of Frost damage? Question mark? No? Did I miss something? Oh, no, this was... I screwed this up. Why did I say comet storm here? And this should not be equals, this should be plus equals slash. Plus equals slash glacial spike. Whoops. Alright, try again. Wonder. Alright. Comet Storm is 6% of my damage. But yeah, Ray of Frost crit chance has gone down a bit. It's not a lot, but I think in practice it's really going to be more. It's, as I've mentioned multiple times, the length of the Winter's Chill debuff haste is very important, or very useful, I should say, in being able to get full use of the Winter's Chill debuff when it comes to using it with these abilities that benefit from it but don't actually consume the debuff, like Ray of Frost and Comet Storm. Yeah, I'm not really trusting that the crit chance of Ray of Frost is that high. We are in the 47k DPS now that we've added Comet Storm, but yeah, I think we... What's the damage per execute of Comet Storm? 95k? Comet Storm's getting that much damage? It's obviously going to depend on how many crits you get, but Yeah, that was 100% crits. We got 70k damage. Why? There's still variation from Encanter's Flow, but how the heck? Is it estimating 95k damage? $10.5 executes 72. How many projectiles is this? It's like 5 hits. Are they giving me more hits than the Comet Storm actually does? That could be just another thing where the simulation is bugged. Well, I mean, I was assuming previously the simulation might be bugged, and it looks like it's thinking that there are 7 hits in a Comet Storm when there's only 5. Wrong button. 5 hits in a Comet Storm. Flurry, Comet Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flurry, Comet Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. I might have to put in like a issue on the GitHub for Simulation Craft. That Comet Storm is getting extra hits, it seems. I really should upgrade to the current version of Simulation Craft, but I don't think that's been changed anytime recently. So yeah, I don't know of any reason why it should be apparently giving me 7 hits per Comet Storm. Alright. Back to planning. If we were to say Ray of Frost. On a separate flurry, or are we Comet Storming on a separate flurry? I think we're gonna say Comet Storm right after flurry. But not if Ray of Frost ready. Oh, but that... That also gives a question of... Do we flurry... whenever Comet Storm is ready? Or do we still want to hold the flurry for Glacial Spikes? But... I think we're still going to hold the flurry for Glacial Spikes. Yeah, let's... Hmm. There's more nuance to this. I'm gonna storm after flurry, but and not cooldown dot ray of frost dot ready. Let's just try like this. This should give us back ray of frost damage at the expense of a little bit of cooldown waste on Comet Storm. These values are actually looking very confusing. Something is happening that is not intended. Can't imagine why those cooldown waste values would be that high. Alright. 47,700. $47,500. Yeah, it seems like delaying the Comet Storm, if Ray of Frost is ready, is the play. Oh. The maximum. These are probably so high. The flurry one. Surprisingly high, actually. But these ones are probably so high just because if you get really unlucky with frostbolts resetting your flurries, then you could be sitting for a while without using your Ray of Frost. But yeah, on average, it's pretty low, so it should be fine. But yeah, that was a minor DPS improvement. Could we do that better somehow? Wait, do we have... Oh yeah, we're doing Glacial Spike right after Flurry or Comet Storm. Yeah, that's fine. So Ray of Frost essentially won't get cast after Comet Storm for the most part. Technically, if Ray of Frost comes up off of cooldown during a Flurry / Winter's Chill, where we have already used it on Comet Storm and Glacial Spike, then we are potentially casting Ray of Frosts here that are not going to get full value. But that's only under the situation where Ray of Frost comes up off of cooldown. After we've already committed to casting the Comet Storm. So in the space of the Comet Storm GCD or the Glacial Spike cast, if the Rev Frost comes up off a cooldown, then it'll get used, and part of it gets wasted. Not get the crit value. Still don't know why Winter's Chill is getting supposedly consumed by Frostbolts, though. It's still very not cool. What is the cooldown waste of the Comet Storm? I guess would be a good question to ask. .514. Just trying to figure out if that's worth it compared to just using Comet Storm on cooldown with a lower priority. So let's try that really quick, but I think it's worth getting the crit chance on the Comet Storm. Because we don't have that much cooldown waste on it. So let's see. Do we want to prioritize it over Iceland? With Winter's Chill debuff up. That would mean that we are casting it with Winter's Chill debuff up. But then we are losing out on a potential Ice Lance that could be cast. I guess we'll... Ooh, and then... How low do we really want to prioritize this? We could try it here. Oh, we have to change this to... What a pain. Actions equals... actions plus equals slash... Comet Storm on... Put it here, and then we'll try moving it lower also. I don't think this is going to be very good. $4,600. We were in the 47,000s before, so that was a downgrade. What about... before Iceland's Fingers of Frost? I guess we'll try it here real quick. And... So this is even worse DPS, because we're getting more cooldown waste now on Comet Storm. Where's cooldown waste? I mean, theoretically, at least, we're getting a little bit more cooldown waste on Comet Storm. Yeah. But also... in that situation, it was getting used on Winter's Chill, but then the thing is, it was potentially it was using up too much time that we couldn't get an Ice Lance out, but maybe that wasn't the case. But we'll try down here real quick, simulate. But I think we are gonna put it back where it was earlier. Yeah, that didn't really do anything there. We want Comet Storm back up here. Right after Flurry, but not if Ray of Frost ready. Back here we have to go back up to plus equals slash glacial spike, and then we're just gonna get rid of the Comet Storm down here. There's also a world that, with all the extra stuff that we've added to our access priority list, that we want to try re-enabling Glacial Spike as soon as it's ready. Just a possibility. But anyways, let's see here. We need the Frozen Orb. Let's get the Frozen Orb in. Yeah, I thought this video was gonna end up being shorter than the last one, because I wasn't gonna do as much stuff. Like I wasn't gonna. I know I spent a bunch of time looking at Warlocks at the end of the last one, but yeah, this one's turning out to be very in depth here, just on the rotation. And I might be going a little bit slower also. I'm kind of tired. Let's put it that way. Let's say we Frozen Orb. Also make sure we aren't still AFK here. We're getting people making noise. Distractions! Okay, back to simulation craft. We want to simulate with a frozen orb. I assume we don't want a frozen orb on cooldown. But could also really use a freaking I might try in the future opening this with like VS Code or something and try to make it so that the commented out ones are like a different color so that I can visibly look through this a little bit easier. But anyways, Let's try. So the issue with Frozen Orb. How much damage is Frozen Orb, really? Theoretically, 40k damage. But we don't want a Frozen Orb during our winter's chill, basically. I don't think. Which means we have to put the Frozen Orb quite low on the priorities. Then that's also going to be a bit of a problem with the Frozen Orb generating Fingers of Frost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we put Frozen Orb pretty low on the priorities, but I don't want... Like, I don't want the Fingers of Frost that it generates to go to waste. But we also don't... If we put it higher on the priorities, then it'll interfere with us trying to use the Winter's Chill stuff. The Flurry and the Glacial Spikes and the Ray of Frost. So I'm pretty darn sure we're gonna say Frozen Orb down here. Say Frozen Orb when no blurry stuff is happening. Sounds good. Yeah. That'll be good. I guess you could say, so if there's already Fingers of Frost procs, it would make sense to Frozen Orb after you've used those up. Although, does it generate? Okay. The first Fingers of Frost proc that it generates is not instant. If you have one Fingers of Frost proc up already, you could Frozen Orb and then Ice Lance before the second one gets generated. But let's simulate it, but I think we want to probably change it. So we have gone up to 50k DPS. We were at 47k somewhere before, like 47,700 or something. And then we tried a bunch of different stuff, which was not helping. But yeah, we are back up at 50k DPS now. Wait, let me double check what the order of stuff we were doing here was. This was just Yeah. Comet Storm right after Flurry, but not if Rio Frost is ready. Yeah, that was fine. So yeah, we are now getting frozen orbs, which is not doing a lot of damage itself, but it is giving us more Fingers of Frost procs. Nice, nice, nice. What is Flash Freeze and Freezing Winds? Those must be talents that I'm forgetting exist. Flash Freeze. Oh, when an icicle deals damage, you have a 5% chance to gain Fingers of Frost. Oh. I guess there is a little bit of value out of those extra icicles getting shot out instead of being put into the glacial spike. What was the other one that was talking about? Freezing Winds. Freezing Winds. Oh, I thought that was... Then what the hell is Fingers of Frost from Frozen Orb Tick? Is that a separate thing? Initial Impact, Frozen Orb Tick. Strange. How about... How many Frozen Orbs are we casting here? 6 Frozen Orbs. So we're getting 6 from Initial Impact. Plus about 4 from the other thing. And then about 2 from Frozen Orb Tick. Is it like a % chance per Frozen Orb Tick to get a Fingers of Frost? It must be something like that. Or like a % chance every time you try to chill a target or something. Oh, a 15% chance on Frozen Orb damage. No, Frostbolt 15%. 10% for Frozen Orb damage. Okay. Got it. So how many ticks then is Frozen Orb doing? Math is hard. Like 12 total ticks? It's not a perfect number because sometimes the fight is ending before like Wall of Frozen Orbs is up, but wait, 6? casts 140 hits. That definitely ain't 12. Let's just see how many times is this thing gonna take? Oh, what the hell? Takes hella fast. I didn't make sure to throw another spell in front of it, but yeah, that ticked a lot. 24 hits. Okay. So 2.4 per cast of Frozen Orb on a single target. You're getting on average 2.4 Fingers of Frost from that. We got ourselves distracted again. Hell yeah. What were we doing? We were looking at, do we want to change Frozen Orb priority to be below the Ice Lance if Fingers of Frost is up? That's what we want. Try that. Simulate, 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 simulate. Right, where are we at? Where are we at? 5184. Nope. So yeah, apparently not worth holding out on the Frozen Orb. Looking for cooldown waste, 3.976. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we are I've also compared earlier, but we should be getting a lot more Ice Lance value from the Fingers of Frost from the Frozen Orbs now. We've got so many ones. I wanted to find the 47,700, I think it was. This one. So 7,500 DPS from Ice Lance. Now 10.7k DPS from Ice Lance. Got a Frozen. Wait, that's not the right one. This one. 10.9k DPS from Ice Lance. With Frozen Orb up here. All right. Yikes. All right, so the use case of Blizzard. Obviously, cooldown reduction on Frozen Orb is nice, but single target, you don't get very much out of it. However, with this talent here, which you're definitely going to have in a dungeon situation. Frozen Orb makes Blizzard instant cast and increases its damage for 12 seconds. I should say, I'm definitely going to have this talent in a dungeon situation. You might not have that talent. It is pretty good. Like I've said before, I believe, is that blizzard damage is not good. However, like even with the buff, however, you're having it instant cast so that you can get the cooldown reduction is very valuable. Well, and it's also it's not target capped, so that helps too. But you're still mostly doing it generally in AoE for Frozen Orb cooldown reduction, but we're gonna try because it gives us this freezing rain buff. So since we get so many Fingers of Frost buff from a Frozen Orb, I think we want to try prioritizing it above the Ice Lance Fingers of Frost. Blizzard using rain of Frozen. Simulate. Okay, so yeah, that did decrease our DPS. So we're not gonna use Blizzard. Obviously, we could try it at different spots in the priority list, but the damage per cast of Blizzard is just, even though it decreases Frozen Orb cooldown a little bit also, the damage per cast of Blizzard is just so low. I mean, let's just try it below here real quick, I guess. Real quick. Nope. Still, was that better than this one? It was better than this one. But it's still worse DPS a bit than just not using Blizzard at all. We'll just remove that out of there. We'll say we'll just say worse than. Yeah, worse than a Frostbolt. In single target. So obviously we could put it down here at the end of the action priority list, but it would never happen because it's worse than Frostbolt, and you can always cast Frostbolt. Let's see. We just have icy veins and shifting power left. And these are a bit of an annoyance. We could definitely prioritize icy veins very heavily. I'm not sure if... Wait, is it off the GCD? Oh, it looks like it's off the GCD. So we can prioritize it essentially as high as we want. And it should be fine. Actions equals icy underscore veins. Then we need to go down here and say plus equals slash. Plus equals slash. Alright, so icy veins simulation. How much DPS does this add? Ooh, that jumped us up a lot. 57k. I forgot what we were aiming for in the first place. This is theirs, right? Yeah. We were aiming for 59.2k. So we're almost there. Going in the icy veins, we still have... What haven't we used? Shifting power. So yeah, shifting power, I guess... Seems to me like it's going to be the most complicated one. Because it's also kind of a question of, realistically, when do you use shifting power? Obviously, you get the most value out of it if it's reducing as many cooldowns as possible. So you really want it to be reducing Ray of Frost and Comet Storm and Icy Veins and Flurry and Frozen Orb. But Flurry has 2 charges. And I gotta imagine the cooldown waste of Flurry is extremely low. Yeah. Wait. Guess I'm not entirely sure how this works. Are we getting in situations where we have 2 charges of Flurry? Or is this telling me only when there's 1 charge of Flurry available? I'm not sure how that works. I feel like we want to Shifting power, essentially with low priority. But like I said, we want essentially as much stuff on cooldown as possible. But also, it's going to reduce the abilities cooldowns by 12 seconds over the course of the cast. We might be waiting a long time if not all of them are ready at the same time. So I think we have Icy Veins at the very top of our priority list. Icy Veins is essentially going to always be on cooldown. So I don't think that's ever really going to be a problem, theoretically. But if we could get shifting power... Let's start off just putting it really low on here. Thought I control X, the shifting power. Actions, let's equal shifting power. Alright, so the shifting power. Yeah, if we put it down here, then we know that Frozen Orb's on cooldown. Flurry might be on cooldown. Or it might be that we haven't cast Flurry yet. Because Ray of Frost is not ready, and we don't have enough icicles to use the Flurry on a glacial spike yet. But that would mean that the Ray of Frost is on cooldown. So we are at least getting shifting power cooldown reduction value out of Frozen Orb and Ray of Frost. I imagine we're getting some value out of it on Flurry as well, but I don't know for sure. And of course, we're getting value of it on Icy Vein. So yeah, it's possible that these will be... these will get only partial value. The shifting power here. But I mean, it's a 1 minute cooldown. Yeah, it'll be a bit of a problem, I guess. So Frozen Orb's a 1 minute cooldown, and I forgot about Comet Storm.
Anyways, frozen orbs at 1 minute cooldown, ray of frost at 1 minute cooldown. So shifting power on a 1 minute cooldown kind of lines up, but if you use those two and then you shifting power, then those two will come back off a cooldown a little bit faster, while the shifting power won't. And then, like, sort of their cooldowns will, like, slowly fall out of sync a little bit. I don't know, let's just simulate it. Thinking is not going well right now. I don't think that'll bring us up. Yeah. It brings us up a little bit, but not enough to meet the default action priority list. So they're doing a little bit more DPS than me still. And obviously I could look through exactly what they're doing. But I don't want to copy what they're doing. I want to this myself, basically. Well, maybe I should look what they're doing to make sure they're not doing any... I want to make sure they're not doing anything, like, weird. Like, cheating or anything. Let me actually... Let's close others real quick here and redo my simulations so that we have a lot fewer tabs open. Alright. How are things looking? Let's compare to them. They are doing 38% glacial spike damage. They're doing more glacial spike than me. Does that mean they are doing glacial spike on cooldown? They're not holding flurries? Wait, was I holding... Yeah, I was holding flurries. So we could go back to trying... Yeah, they don't have the same crit chance. They're definitely not holding glacial spikes. Let's just look at what they're doing down here. Da, da, da. Alright. They flurry and icy veins right away. They comet storm right after flurry. They are using some different code, but I'm pretty sure that's the same thing. Comet storming right after flurry, and then where's mine? Yeah. But I'm not comet storming if Ray of Frost is ready. They are using flurry with a high priority.
And a bunch of logic here. But that's not really that different from mine. They're essentially, instead of doing flurry down here, they're saying flurry up here if a bunch of other conditions are true, which is not, they're not really changing the order, say. They're saying Icelands if okay, they are doing the thing where wait, they are interesting. Wait, they are they're doing an ice lance with fingers of frost as a high priority if you are on 4 icicles. Why is that? A little bit confusing. But I guess, wait. I think they're not... They have too much logic on the flurry here for me to... follow here. But I think they're... I think they're doing something very similar, except not... They're not flurrying to Ray of Frost. But I think they are essentially... I think they are essentially still saving flurry. For Glacial Spike. Wait, action flurry cooldown react. Oh, they got some kind of special thing here to... Okay.
I don't know. The shifting power thing is a little bit complicated. They're trying to get value out of Frozen Orb cooldown reduction and Comet Storm cooldown reduction and Ray of Frost cooldown reduction. But then they have Ore Icy Veins cooldown. It's going to be off of cooldown soon. It's really confusing to me. Getting all those other cooldowns to have at least 10 seconds remaining sounds like that wouldn't happen very often. But, and even if it does, it's like, realistically, are you actually gonna use that at the optimal time? Unless, of course, you have like a weaker that tells you press this button now. So, yeah, I'm not sure. But they are using Glacial Spike down here. So maybe we need to try that again. We'll go back to trying Glacial Spike. We have 5 icicles. I really need to learn this react thing. Because it is gonna ask this on occasion where we gained 2 icicles without being basically this right here. Do not being able to react to gaining 2 icicles. But yeah, let's just simulate that real quick. Does that help our DPS? 58, 189. No, so that does hurt our DPS. So at least the way I'm doing things. We still want to wait for Flurry. We don't want a Glacial Spike until we have cast the Flurry. What are we at? They're at 59,200. We are at 58,400. Yeah, we're still 800 DPS short. But I think we're probably just gonna stop there. Looked over here. Yeah, maybe some of my DPS is also a little bit cheated because of the to-do item on here. Buff.icicles.stack. How did they do? What's the... React. Buff.icicles.react. Buff.icicles. So this, I think, will theoretically be more realistic, but it'll lower my DPS tiny bit amount from certain situations where Frostbolt was gaining 2 icicles. But yeah, let's simulate. 58, 200. Yeah, we lost like 200 DPS. That's fine. I want it to be accurate. What is humanly possible? If Ray of Frost ready or Glacial Spike almost ready. Yeah. Actually maybe let's leave that note in there, but it's no longer a 2 item. I think that's fine. Oh, I'm wondering, are they still going to be telling me, though? How much am I getting on? Winter still chill stacks consumed by Frostbolt. And is their thing doing that also? Their thing is saying that also. Why is that? Yeah, this does not make sense to me. Is there... They are doing... How many glacial spikes consuming that? Ice lances. 30, 42. I'm doing... They are getting more Winter's Chill used by Ice Lance. Interesting. Are they not doing it with Comet Storm?
Or no, I think they're done with Comet Storm. Something's happening. They're doing more damage somehow. Look at the DPS numbers. Comet Storm 3440. My Comet Storm 3148. Interesting. Flurry 3749. My Flurry 3813. Tiny bit more, but not that much. Crossbolt. Mine 3895 plus 500 icicles. There's 3481. They're frostbolting less. 7.8 frostbolts. I'm doing 60. Yeah, they're frostbolting less. Interesting. Frozen Orb, 1564. Getting slightly more Frozen Orb damage. Let's see. I'm getting 19, almost 20k Glacial Spikes. What do they got? Yeah, they're getting 2k extra Glacial Spike DPS. And Ice Lance 12,400. 12,300. Wait. They were doing... They had 2 extra Ice Lances. What did I see earlier? I thought they had more Ice Lances, but I guess it was... Was it Winter's Chill Ice Lances? 42? Where's it at? Yeah, they had more Winter's Chill Ice Lances. But the DPS is not really working out to be difference on Ice Lance. Let's see, Ray of Frost. 10,240. So I am getting more Ray of Frost value. Shifting power. Do they show cooldown reduction of shifting power somewhere? I don't know if they do. There are a total of 1k DPS above me. What is that? What is that from? Right, so glacial spikes. They are casting 37.8 glacial spikes. But yeah, they're using the glacial spikes. They're not holding them for flurries like I mentioned earlier. So we're doing about the same number of flurries. But they're using some glacial spikes outside of flurries, which means that they are doing more ice lances inside of flurries to use up more winter's chill on their ice lances. But I tried that with mine. Did not work out. Tried that. Or putting in a, not deprioritizing, but we tried putting in wait, no, we tried, hang on. We tried this again, but I don't think we actually tried. I think we forgot to allow it to cast flurry. More often, essentially. I say actions plus equals slash flurry if equals. Ooh. How do I put this? We don't want to waste our flurries, I guess. We don't want to use flurry on cooldown, I don't think. But maybe we should try it. We'll try with flurry on cooldown. But I think the right way to do this, if this would be to be better DPS, would be... Okay, so that's still a downgrade. Expected. But the better way to do this would be... use flurry... Ray of Frost is ready, or... we are at 2 charges of flurry. We want to get flurry on cooldown. If that's the case, we should have it higher up, I guess. I mean, we don't have to, but I think it'd be easier to see it up here. Actions plus equals flash. Flurry. We forget the syntax for how to do it if you have 2 charges of it. It just charges equals 2. Yeah.
We'll try that. Still think it's not gonna be. That hurt us even more than just using Flurry on cooldown. Interesting. Oh, that's because we... Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. I'm still a little bit surprised. Alright, yeah, that stuff ain't happening. Alright, I think I'm done. A lot of my things are still unfinished. I'll look at this again another day. If we can squeeze that last 1k DPS out of the Frost Mage. But let's... Yeah, let's just try to do some damage to the target dumbing real quick, and I'll end the video. So we want to start off with the Icy Veins, the Flurry, I think we were doing the Comet Storm, and then the Ray of Frost. Wait. Is that right? We do Comet Storm and then Ray of Frost. Oh, wait. That is the wrong one. We did try a thing where we had one Ice Lance in there before a Ray of Frost to get value out of that. And it wasn't good at the time. I wonder... Things have changed with all the other stuff we've messed around with, though. Oh yeah, so we don't Comet Storm if Ray of Frost is ready. That was part of the plan. But let's just try to go real quick with the rotation I've got. Oh, I forget when is the shifting power. We just have it super low here. Before we Frostbolt. Anytime we're tempted to Frostbolt, shifting power first. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna botch this horribly. Let's... Wait. What was the frozen orb also? Oh, I didn't... No. Fix the commenting on that. I hope I didn't have something else that I forgot to change back. Let's simulate again real quick here. Make sure I have D8 200. I think that's where we were at. Yeah. We were at 58 200.
We were at 58,400 before I put it back to the or till I added the React deck. All right. I'm just really feeling like I'm gonna botch this. Shit. I don't actually have my things set up properly to do this. I don't know what the hell am I doing. Oh my god. I already botched it so bad. So the thing I'm messing up on the most... Oh, we should have shifting powered there. I really screwed that up. Now we're at Frost. Oh, I'm an idiot. Never mind, I screwed this up really bad. Fuck it. Yeah. So yeah, my UI is, I also just don't have practice trying to follow this exact rotation, since part of me simming it is trying to figure out what is the optimal rotation. But specifically, my UI doesn't isn't designed to tell me to use flurry when I have 4 icicles up. So whenever I see this icon here, that's it telling me that I have 5 icicles, so I can glacial spike. But as far as doing this rotation goes, need to blurry before I see that icon. So I really need to change my UI, do that properly. And then on top of that, I'm just not used to the way I am currently prioritizing actions. It's currently a flurry and then a ray of frost if that's ready, and then flurrying into the vomits into glacial spike with another ice lance on that same winter's chill thing or whatever. And then at this point we froze an orb if we can, and then that's gonna be bringing up some fingers of frost a little bit, but also we still have to keep an eye out on when we have another whatchamacallit, thingamajig ready. In this case, yeah. And I just noticed there's another, oops, bees in there. While we wait for flurry to be back up so that we can actually use this. And if flurry isn't up and this comes off, I guess we're supposed to do that. But yeah, part of what they did was oh no, I'm an idiot. Yeah, we do have a lot of situations where it feels like waiting on flurry to cast our glacial spike is excessive. But yeah, I've botched this so bad that our DPS has gone down the toilet. Oh, we started a new fight actually. But yeah. In their access priority list, there's still a thing where whoops. Oops. Sometimes the flurry comes off a cooldown. You get a cooldown reset from the frostbolt, but you can't actually instantly react to it and instantly use your flurry to so that you can jump into using the glacial spike. So the flurry usage right away is not accurate. So either you will cast another frostbolt afterwards, or well, or you cast another frostbolt afterwards, and then but you cancel it as soon as you do realize that the flurry cooldown came up, so that you can cast the flurry slightly faster. But I don't know. I'm currently incapable of doing this rotation properly. Like I said, UI not set up properly and not familiar enough with it. But what we were going for was a little bit better than what we were going for, or than what we were theoretically getting on the Ret Paladin, but that was before the buffs, so I'll have to re-download this to see where exactly the Ret Paladin would be at right now. But also, yeah, I'll think more about it. Maybe I can squeeze out a little bit more DPS from a slightly better rotation, or maybe I'll notice something else in the way that they're doing things that's different from mine. That'll Yeah, somehow give me a little bit more DPS. But let's just call it a day.